Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome everyone to our first day in our Leadership in Healthcare course. My name is RANEEM القيادة and I will be your lecturer for today. أول حاجة قبل لا نبدأ الشات لو سمحتوا تكتبوا فيه فقط الاسم ورقم التصنيف، غير عن كده أحاديث جانبية ممنوعة في الشات. في ملاحظة في استفسار إن شاء الله كلها في النهاية حيكون عندنا فقرة discussion. So the first topic that we will be discussing today is leadership, as we mentioned, and the first one is leadership theories and its functional outcome and how to have a successful leadership skills. So transformational leadership is a more of a human leadership theory as compared to the militaristic transactional theories in general. So it is believed in inspiring the employees to do great work through having a good example and also the force of a leader personality. So in order to have a successful leadership, you need to have a person who the employees can look up to and see themselves trying to work hard in order to improve their team outcome. So people rises higher through positive motivation than the negative motivation, and it is a leadership theory which appeals to the higher need of an individual in the Maslow hierarchy of needs, which is self-actualization. So as an idea, transformational leadership was first mentioned in the 1970s in the sociological studies that were conducted by the author Downton J.F. So after that, we had more researchers or more leaders in the healthcare facilities improving or introducing new items or new topics in the leadership categories. And in the case of James McGeorge, he used the term transformational leadership in his book, Leadership. Followed by that, Brander Bibas has presented a formal transformational leadership theory, which in addition to other things also included the models and also the factors of behavior. So following that year, there was the Noel Tyke and the Mary and Devane published book regarding the title of Transformational Leadership, which has also introduced more topics and set the basic ground for transformational leadership or successful leadership in general. So what is transformational leadership or how can we define it? First, we need to know that a great leader will overcome and create more great leaders from their own teams and also encouraging their team to take on more responsibilities and roles in order to have a better outcome for their facility or for their project. So to define, it is an apprehensive style where one or more persons engage with others in such a way that the leader and the followers also rises one another to a higher level of motivation and morality. So for transformational leadership, it will stimulate and inspire their followers to achieve extraordinary outcomes, and in that process, they will develop their own followers' leadership capacity. So these leaders will help the followers to grow and also to develop by responding to a follower individual need and also empowering them and aligning the objective and goals of the individual followers, the leader and the group with also the larger organization to have the best outcome or the more suitable outcome. So the goal of a transformational leader is to inspire the followers to share the leader's value and also to connect with the leader vision. And some of the basic assumption regarding this theory is that the people will willingly follow the leader who will inspire them and the vision and the passion of one man can transform to his followers, and together they will achieve greater things or a greater capacity than that would have been developed by one person. So energy and enthusiasm are the tonics that will get things done in the case of transformational leadership. So as a process, it will change and transform the concept of leadership in the facility and processes that are connected with the emotions, value, standards, ethics, and also the long-term goals of the organization, or in this case, the healthcare facility they are working on. So a transformational leader will motivate the followers to accomplish more than what is usually expected. And there are 4 I's in the transformational leadership concept. The first one is the idealized influence, in which the leader will serve as an ideal role model for the followers and is admired for this. Second, in the inspirational motivation, in which the transformational leaders have the ability to inspire and also to motivate their followers. So in the case of the individualized consideration, the transformational leaders will demonstrate genuine concerns for the need and also the feelings of their followers, which will bring out the best effort from each one of them. And for the intellectual stimulation, transformational leader will challenge the followers to be innovative and also to be creative. And there are 4 components of transformational leadership that must be present, as we have mentioned: the idealized influence, the inspirational motivation, the intellectual stimulation, and the individualized consideration. So the component of this concept of transformational leadership consists of transitional leadership, in which the inception of creative ideas and having clear understanding of the current scenarios with predefined objective and a clear roadmap to achieve them is a must-be or a required document in this case. So there is no self-motivates. We'll focus on the approach to identify the objective in this first step. And in the transsectional leadership, this is the planning and the following process that is oriented by the method. And in this case, we build the team and the needed support for them. Also, we identify the expertise in various fields of work. And in the transcendent leadership, we will need to identify the future leader and teams, also relinquish any control that is needed, and inspire with motivate potential to lead. And in the fourth and last step is the transparent leadership. This is the congruence between the leader and the goal, and the integrity in the finance and the information that has been transmitted. So in the idealized influence, which is the first concept of transitional leadership, in this case, we will have an ideal role model. We will have higher moral and ethical standards. It will show respect, attention, and consideration toward all of their followers. Also to consider differences between the followers' levels of their abilities, their ways of learning, and also approaches to work. Also, it will encourage the follower, and understanding their personal feeling and need is a must needed step in this project. So in the second step, or the second topic of transitional leadership, is the inspirational motivation. In this category, we need to have the ability to inspire and also to motivate the followers, to provide the followers with challenges and meanings for engaging in a shared goal and undertakings. Also to show the followers how their work applies in the real world, and also behave in an enthusiastic, passionate way and energetic way, so that we can be as a role model for them to follow and to guide. While in the individualized consideration, we need to coach, to monitor, and to have growth opportunities for our team or our followers. Also to self-actualize and self-fulfill with self-worthiness for each member in the team, in addition to attending to each follower needs and listening to their concerns and needs in order to have the best outcome. And in the case of the intellectual stimulation, in this step, we will re-examine the team's assumption about their work and rethink on how it can be improved or performed in general. Also, we will have initiative and creative thinking, in addition to helping the team or the followers see the big picture and how they connect to the leader or to the organization and each other. Also, we will have challenge followers to come up with new ideas in order that they can feel they have an important role and an input in the team, in addition to asking questions that make the followers think and have their own ideas or stimulate their own independent viewpoint in order to reach the general goal. So transformational leadership behavior will have encouraging at the heart, enabling others to act, challenging the process, inspiring a shared vision, and also modeling or showing the way. So the steps for transformational leadership will focus on developing a vision that starts with creative vision and vision that is existing and can attract potential followers. Second is selling the vision, with constantly selling the vision and building strong network of high potential. Third is the roadmap with transformational leaders that have clear vision, having a fair idea about the direction to move and wanting the followers to move in the same direction, and also being ready to accept any failure or any mistakes that develop across the way. And the fourth is the leading the charge, with the transformational leaders remaining in the forefront during the action and always having visible to stand up and to count. And for the bluster and impact of the followers with commit and enthusiasm in order to improve the best outcome. And there should be a competency in any transformational leader, and these can include having continuous personal development in order to have the best level of knowledge and skills that are required. So in the continuous personal development, this includes wide range of leadership styles, personal values, vision, and goals, in addition to risk-taking and courage with resilience and results. The second step is managing information and knowledge with having critical thinking skills to apply in research finding, for example, measuring performance and breakthrough technology and networking. And for the transitional management, this will include the organizational systems and the learning techniques, in addition to congruent visions and innovative thinking strategies with alliance and management or collaborative relationship. Also, for the business acumen, we need to finance the strategies, organizational dynamic being developed, having HR development, internal and external radar, and marketing strategies in general. So the process toolkit, which negotiates the skills and having any conflict of interest being resolved, having group facilitation and concept mapping in general in order to have the best outcome for the team or the organizational steps. So as a saying in leadership, leaders and followers make each other to advance to a higher level of moral and motivation. So both the leader and the team members will work together to have the best outcome, both personally and on the project level. So through the strength of their vision and personality, transformational leaders are able to inspire their followers to change in their expectation, their perception, and also the motivation to work toward the common goal. And each of the theories that we have about transformational leadership was built upon previous theories that have been developed, and as such, with each decade or each new emergencies in the field, we will have a new understanding of transformational leadership. And based on that, we have the theory of human need pyramid that will focus on first the physiological needs, which include food and water, sleep, and etc. Second will come the safety or the security of the person. Third is the love or the belonging in general. Followed by that is the self-esteem, which is the confidence, the achievement, and respect of others. Followed by that comes the self-actualization, which is the highest place in the pyramid that will have the morality, the creativity, and also the problem-solving skills and acceptance of facts. And according to the researcher Brenda Bass, he identified 3 ways in which leaders transform their followers. So increasing their awareness of the task importance and value is of paramount importance. Also getting them to focus first on the team or organizational goals rather than their own interest, and activating their higher order needs. So how does the transformational leadership work? Transformational leaders set out to empower the followers and also to nurture them to change, and they can become strong role model for their followers, and they will create a vision, and they act as change agent who initiate and implement new direction, in addition to acting as social architects in order to improve their social surrounding. So, what are the applications of transformational leadership? This includes providing ideas as to what a leader should be in transforming their environment or their institution. Also, the vision statement that will create the discussion, and it can be used in recruitment, in selection, and also promotion, in addition to training and development of their team members. So, the effect of transformational leadership on the organization structure will include having higher performance, having extra effort, more satisfaction, having original solution for any specific problem, and having a supportive remarks in addition to solution clarification whenever it is needed. And the effect of this transformational leadership on the organization structure, and in this case, the healthcare facility, it will have the key to understanding the organization effectiveness in order to assess how well the organization is performing. Also, having decision taking by the manager that are very important as they can affect large number of people or patients in general. Therefore, the leadership skills of the manager will have to be very pronounced. In addition, an organic, non-formalized organization with a larger span of control are conducive for transformational leadership to appear and have better team members in general. And in regard for the self-sacrifice and the transformational leadership, It will have a better impact on the leader effectiveness, on the public good, and on the corporation in general, having a sense of belonging and reciprocity in order to have a better outcome in the healthcare facility. So this will display of self-sacrifice behavior by the leaders will enhance the transformational leadership. Also, this transformational leader will have the ability to transform their self-interest to their followers into collective interest. In addition, they do so by enhancing their science of the collective identity in the self-concept of the followers, and the followers of these transformational leaders will work toward advancing the overall mission of the group rather than their own personal interest, and everyone will work for the improvement of their healthcare facility. And we have some great examples of transformational leadership, such as Martin Luther King, Mahatma Gandhi, and Teresa, demonstrating that was based on their values. And without any morally uplifting followers, then the leadership cannot be transforming. So the leaders will motivate their followers to go beyond their self-interest for the good of the group or the organization, or even further to the betterment of the society. And such action will mutually benefit the organization and the employees in general to create a better environment for their enhancement and for their work environment. So an example of transformational leadership in schools will include the objective management of education to transform the values of the system to its student and to enhance the perception of one with another. Also to have a self-oriented values like a comfortable life and pleasure becoming more important in general. And some of the things that will have a cause of concern will include the corporate world of interest in the manager with the relative ordering values. So what are the benefits of transformational leadership? These will include having a widely research-initiated appeal, focusing on the followers or the team member as well, not just the organization, in addition to emphasis on the followers' needs, values, and their morals, in addition to having a more enthusiastic work atmosphere and having initiative thinkings or initiative ideas, and having a higher output and efficiency in general, with developing future leaders, and the team members will work for their leader even if the monetary compensation is less because they believe in the general or the higher goal. But of course, with every theory or with every concept, there is some limitations, such as the lack of conceptual clarity, having validity of MLQ, which is questionable, and having a fixed rate or malleable state, and potentially illicit or anti-democratic right, and totally dependent on the ability of the leaders, in which the leader may lack the required characteristic. Therefore, the better outcome may not be achieved because the leader doesn't have the required strength. So some of the strength points that should be present include a widely researched from many different perspectives, and it should have initiative appeal as a concept, and it can treat the leadership as a process between the leader and the followers rather than just a concept in general. And it offers an expanded picture on leadership. Most of the other models are only transsectional. In addition to having a strong emphasis on the followers' needs, values, and morals, with having substantial evidence of being effective. while for the criticism, it will lack the conceptual clarity. The measurement scale doesn't always distinguish clearly among the factors in this case, and it has a trait theory rather than a behavioral theory in which the person would not improve their behavior but rather focus on their intuition. So it tends to be illistic and anti-democratic. It will has a heroic leadership bias and may not work in all level of the organization and can have some of abusement levels. So to conclude, lead and inspiring people, but don't try to manage and manipulate them, but rather have them motivated and believing in your goals so that they will perform to their highest ability. So even introverts can be managed, but the people must be led in order to have a better outcome. And transformational leaders don't start by denying the world around them, but instead they describe the future they like to achieve and to create instead for people to believe in their vision. يعني أتمنى إنه لما يكون في حالة صمت دقيقتين بين السلايدات تستنوا شوية، لأنه واضح إننا بنغير ما بين محاضرة لمحاضرة. فلو أثناء المحاضرة ما في صوت نبهوني على الشات، أنا بشوف الشات، لكن بين تغيير السلايدات يعني دقيقتين صمت ما هي مشكلة. So, as we have discussed the basic concept of leadership and transformational leadership, we will now continue our discussion with discussing the leadership for successful improvement. So, governance in healthcare include what separates the healthcare organization to excel in the continuous outcome improvement from those who don't. So it is thought to provoke a type of a provoking question, and one that has been asked of me many times, and one that caused a great reflection on the journey having to have the past years of fundamental transformation in healthcare. So, in general, governance in healthcare include what is the biggest contribution factors to having success when it comes to the outcome improvement, and asking ourselves having a superior technology or really smart people will affect the governance. And while all of these can play a role, there is none striking as the most important, which is having effective governance or having some guidance on following set of rules to improve the outcome. So, by governance, we rely on the definition of the Wiley and Ross of the IT governance, which is the framework of decision rights and also accountability that encourage the desirable behavior and also to utilize the scarce resources in the achievement of a shared objective. So this will entail the organizational structure and also the processes of decision making, communication, and also information flow, with appropriately allocating the scarce resources to their highest and best use within the well understood objectives of the governance frame in general. So, given the right parameters and the empowerment to make decisions within these parameters, the individuals will generally make good decisions that will optimize their resources utilization in order to have the best outcome for their healthcare facility. While the primary function of governance is to establish these parameters and to create the structure and space for individuals to appropriately allocate the resources. And it can make it easy for people to make prioritization of the decisions based on the organization need and structure of priorities. So if the rubric for making these decisions is unclear, then the team will unintentionally inject waste into the outcome improvement efforts. And that is, instead of spending time on improving things, then the team members will spend time wondering or debating about what to improve. Also, they will constantly feel a tug of war between shifting priorities, satisfying many, but also not excelling at any other level of the organization outcome. So this can sound familiar. If there is a team members that are feeling this, it can be time for some introspection and adjustment. And these four principles will provide a framework for evaluating the current situation, such as engaging the right stakeholders, establishing a shared understanding of the objective, and also aligning any incentive and roles of engagement for the participant, in addition to practicing the disciplinist priorities within this healthcare facility. So there are 4 principles of having effective governance, and whether an organization has a recognized room for improvement in its executive governance approach, or even the need for a more comprehensive overall concept, the 4 guidance principles that we will be discussing and their steps behind them will lay the foundation to have transformational healthcare leadership at that organization. So the first principle, which is engaging the right stakeholders. So this make the call of action step in which it will initiate an outcome improvement strategies within the organization. Also, it will establish the point on the horizon to become a destination for all team members. In addition to this destination being generally established by the hospital or the healthcare facility recognized leader, such as a CEO or a visionary within the institution that is accountable for the strategic vision of this institution. So often this communication is promoted by some sensual event, by sparking a desire for excellence or having patient harm for specific or legal action being taken against the healthcare facility, or even a miss on the company target or national benchmark. So this call to action or statement of vision should be established in writing and communicated via one-to-one meetings and having leadership huddles, mass communication, posted announcement, and it must flow outward and from boredom to cubicle concept, meaning from the more higher individual being involved to all team member, even the smallest or those who don't have as much of responsibilities as the other ones do. So first of all, we need to engage the right stakeholders or persons who are involved from the leadership teams by recruiting the right mix of people to serve on the leadership team, having effective executive governance that will depend on the balance or the executive roles. Also by including a variety of stakeholders, leaders, and ensuring that everyone is responsible for aligning within and executing on the vision that has a voice. So this will also include the stakeholders that are benefiting from the initiative, in addition to those feeling the expense burden. Also, it will include the owners of any scarce resources and whose buy-in is critical as a source for or providing for this organization. In addition to this, to having a multidisciplinary representation, we need to consider the core competencies of the individuals who will lead the initiative, and first the followers and early adapters. And we need to ask ourselves if they have what it takes to make this outcome that we are working toward or the goal, and having the innovators need to stand alone and take risk to present a new idea. So if it is a breakthrough concept or a major shift, then they need to take this first step without any concerns for what other might think of their idea. Also, they must keep early processes easy to follow so that the first followers can jump in effortlessly without thinking that this is a complicated or difficult to achieve task or a goal. So we need to have smaller goals or smaller steps in order to achieve our higher goal, which is improving the leadership in the organization. In addition, the first followers also need to be comfortable taking risk and to be confident in the movement that they are taking, and more people are joining the program. And soon, most of the organization will be following the initiative leaders with the new idea that is no longer an anomaly or a risk factor, but a standard part of the operation. So this team of innovators and early adapters is the executive governance of the organization. And the innovators are the stakeholders or the key initiative in this strategy that we are planning. So in the second step of the first principle, which is from the leadership team, we will need to look for the power rivers or those with the courage to take initiative and think creatively. And also we will need then to put them in the places that will enable them to be most effective. And early adapters will bravely follow the initiators, working within a sustainable manner to grow their own work. So they will realize the role innovators and early adapters in generating their movement and building their strength. This will create a snowball effect for the organization's strategic and operational vision, in which everyone will follow these steps and guidance to have the best outcome in general for the organization. So for the second principle, which is establishing a shared understanding of the objective. So we need to first identify the high-level opportunities, including the organization high-level opportunities for outcome improvement. Then we will prioritize those in a data-driven matters with strategic way to target areas for early and meaningful change where the highest value proposition does exist. So a key process analyst tool, such as the Health Catalyst Key Process Analyst tool, can help in generating insight into improvement opportunities by combining the clinical and the financial data to determine the need, the impact, and also the cost savings potentials. In addition, we will need to assess the organizational capabilities and readiness for change, including that the organization might be ready and able to take on some areas of change, but they will need more preparation in other part or area of the process. Also, we need to determine the capabilities and the readiness early on so that the work isn't stopped at one in the progress phase, but rather it can go on smoothly. In addition to this, we will perform a self-assessment or structured interviews with a third party to improve the expert and carefully examine these areas, including the process, the method, the infrastructure, the skills, and also the cultural factors that need to be conducted. So at the end of the day, a governance is all about the allocation of resources or the valuable resources, in addition to the capabilities and their readiness that will largely be defining the scarce resources which they are relying for on the data-driven quality improvement. And typically, this will include analytical resources, data analysts and architects, as well as business subject on the expert facilities, and whether having clinical, financial, or operational executive manager that can help in presenting the process. So the third principle, which is aligning the incentive and the rules of engagement. The first step will be adopting a consistent improvement methodology by having the improvement method that is the framework by which the leaders will organize the team and assign any accountabilities and empower the individual team members to improve their work. So the methodology will include responsibilities from reconciling conflict of interest among the stakeholders, or even to making sure everyone is aligned with the supportive area of the organization top priority that is needed. So after that, we need to think of the methodology as the improvement training plan and having the process establishing and adapting a common methodology throughout the organization, which does actually require formal training for the leadership team. Also, the goal of this training should be to build confidence and improvement of the method, in addition to developing the skills and practices to implement it in the future. So the second step, which is to align the incentives, in which the effective executive governance will align everyone within the organization around the same vision, goal, and accountabilities. Also, it will make the outcome improvement goals part of the compensation of the framework, and it will look for and eliminate any scenarios where the individuals feel conflicted when engaging in an outcome improvement because of their opportunity, the cost that is too high. So, in other words, they put your own money where the mouth is in order to have the best outcome. So, an established compensation or incentive structure will encourage the clinicians, the data experts, and also the business leaders to participate in improving while keeping the balance with their other responsibilities. So, in the case of clinicians, this will means making it possible and appealing for the clinician to participate in improving the healthcare facilities while not compromising their patient care. This can also be done by making improvement of the work and the goals that are part of the job description at all levels, rather than work that may appear additional or optional in most cases. So, the third step in the third principle will include keeping prioritized balance in each goal or each step. So, in the context of healthcare governance, a polarity refers to a pair of values that we tend to see in adversational terms, such as this versus that, but are in fact interdependent and mutually valuable in the same healthcare organization. So, for example, in improvement work, we will strive for the quality and the low cost, but these don't need to be a competing priority. Also, we will need to keep priorities in the organization balanced by identifying the ones which could actually embed the improvement, and then developing a plan to foster their coexistence in general. So for the fourth principle, which is practice disciplined priorities, we will first need to analyze any opportunities and determine the priorities. As in the previous step, they will have already identified the high-level opportunities of the focus for the organization. So now that these are selected and leadership is mobilized around those areas, it is time to operationalize the vision and prioritize the desired with the measurable outcome within these strategic areas. So this will require some deeper analysis to identify any specific area of opportunities, and it can become a fantastic leverage point for engaging the frontline stakeholders in shaping and also understanding the shared objective. So the second step in the fourth principle is allocating the resources. And the owners of the resources throughout the institution will need a consistent rubric for making these resources allocation decisions. And to help make the investment successful, leaders will need to manage the investment allocation across the priorities. And if there is one thing to maximize the ROE is effective governance. So we need to identify the key resources in the health system that need for improvement of the work, impractical for those having high value assets for which the supply doesn't meet the demand. So, for example, if the organization is committed to data-driven quality improvement, then it might be short to on the analytical resources. And if I was the director in one of these areas, then I would need to know how the processes and the priorities are being made for many of the valuable resources. So, effective governance can and should do the favor for establishing the decision making in order to protect these often overburdened resources in the healthcare facility. So, in the third step, which is establishing the prioritized teams, we need to improve the team comparatives and the innovators with early adapters who drive improvement and also inspire others to follow. So these team members play critical roles in the permitting of the vision and also protecting the priorities, building the strength to create a snowball effect for the organization strategies, and having operation visions. So the leadership team will start with the guidance team and the sub-teams who are responsible for aligning improvement goals and having initiative across the organization. So separating the team will take the responsibility for specific areas, including oversight, coordination, and direction. And having the members of the guidance team are influencers and considered as true leaders for each level of the governance structure, and they will support the participation in the improvement at all levels of the organization and keep the work in the check by communicating with the leadership team and also within their own team with regular meeting and updates. So the fourth step is to extend and to sustain the improvement by having outcome improvement need to become a way of life rather than isolated project, and to ensure that improvement work become and stays an integral part of the health system in which they will need to put practices and processes in place to operationalize and to also grow ongoing improvement of the work. They will also do this by establishing a standardized way of reporting among the improvement team, setting times and methods of communication to the whole organization, in addition to planning regular reassessment to monitor any ongoing value and accountabilities. So we need to also consider eliminating any the term of a project from their vocabulary when talking about improvement effort, as it shouldn't be a one-time thing, but rather a process that we always do in the organization. So project cannot start and end, whereas these efforts should be ongoing with dedicated focus and consistent team mentorship. So many will lean on the effort to fail and to be sustained because they will lead up to something or of a big improvement in the facility, and those that will achieve a major goal, but then everyone will goes back to their day job and the improvement are not sustained in general. So why does every health system must prioritize the executive governance? As the effective executive governance lies a strong foundation for the decision making, the resources allocation, and prioritizing, which can form of a weather of the storm with that will stand the unexpected. And just as it will unwise to be investing in a high-end finish project that will have a weak foundation. So the governance structure won't happen on its own, but rather with the right leadership, the system-wide will understand the objective, the appropriate rewards for working toward the improvement, and having the best organizational outcome can have the best structure and that is needed to succeed in the outcome to improve the work in general. So after discussing the basic concept of leadership and having a successful leadership, we will now continue our discussion with the quality and excellence in healthcare facilities. So quality and excellence will include setting the bar of excellence in healthcare. We will be discussing the best practices in the quality and performance excellence in hospitals and how to aim for the best practice in quality and performance excellence in the hospitals, with having examples of the best practice in quality in hospital setting. So quality is defined as the degree to which a set of inherent characteristics fulfill the requirement. So the degree refers to the level to which a product or service satisfies depending upon the level of satisfaction of excellence, such as good or poor quality. In addition, in this definition, we have the term inherent characteristic. These refer to the features that are part of the product or the service and are responsible to achieving satisfaction. While the requirement refers to the need of the customer, the organization, and other interested parties, such as the suppliers, the employees, or even the community, with the expectations that may be stated generally or implied in an ambiguous way. So the performance excellence is defined as an integrated approach to the organizational performance management, which will result in the delivery of ever improving value to the customers and the stakeholders, with contributing to organizational sustainability. While the improvement of the overall organizational effectiveness and capabilities, in addition to the organizational and personal learning process. So the best practice is a formally documented method or technique that has been institutionalized in the hospitals and has consistently been shown to perform an excellent result, at least if not even yet proven, having superior levels to those achieved with other means and can be or being used as a benchmark for other hospitals. So to aim for the best practice in quality and performance excellence in hospital will include setting the bar of excellence in healthcare or hospitals. And theoretically, it will mean putting a standard of excellence in hospitals at a certain level in the continuum of excellence, or even defining the standards or criteria of the excellence process in general. So setting the bar might either be raising or lowering the expectation, but it is usually raising when one is talking about the bar of excellence in healthcare facilities. So there are various levels of excellence at any healthcare organization, and rating these skills or categorizing the varies from one evaluating organization to another will include having categories such as low, medium, high, and the highest level of excellence, depending upon our starting level and our end goal. So to categorize, this will include having multiple categories such as gold, platinum, and diamond level, and that being the highest level accredited by the Canada International Quality Improvement in Healthcare Best Practice. So a Center of Safety or Quality and Center of Excellence has previously been used by the FHI healthcare facilities that will set the guidelines in healthcare or quality. And to categorize by these quality awards will include first, recognition for the commitment to the quality management team, just beginning the quality journey, planning on the seed of the quality and the productivity. While in the second level, it will include recognition of the proficiencies in the quality management and having achieved significant progress in the building or sound processes. While in the third level, it is the recognition for the mastery in the quality management that is demonstrated by having superior results or role models in this application. While in the level 4, this is the quality award for performance of excellence, having the highest level of excellence at a national level. So all hospitals should continually aim for the highest level of quality and performance excellence. And if a hospital has a documented journey toward excellence program with at least some positive evaluation result, then that hospital can say or boast which one has the best practice, and this is considered as the best practice. So this will be the parent or the best practice to achieve in general. Therefore, the presence of a documented or comprehensive set of best practice, as we have defined, is the ultimate single criteria to say that a hospital has achieved the highest bar or the level of quality and performance of excellence in general. So the presence should be validated and affirmed by a level 4 quality indicator and reputable external hospital standard according or accrediting body that will put the emphasis on the documented best practice and the benchmarking. So this message, which is aiming for the best practice in the quality performance of excellence in hospital, should always be followed. And how we can aim for this performance by developing processes of the best practice that we aim to achieve. So this will include deciding on the management system that will be developed into the best practice, also the one that can choose from the list that we will provide on later, and for example, having effective communication management, having system and strategic planning management, in each step of the process in this type of organizational setting. So the formulated design and development plan or blueprint that every hospital needs to follow is to have a systematic approach in the planning of the management system, also development and implementation, in addition to evaluation, review, and continual improvement in the processes, with the addition of management review and independent audit in order to ensure that we have the best outcome in general. So in the management system plan, the adopted within the initiative best practice from other institutions, if there are, meaning that we can follow a set of practice or guidance that has been successfully implemented and followed in another hospital. So the use of these process developing best practice will include having system approach, having alignment, and having integration. So the system approach include looking at and managing the hospital as a whole rather than specific departments. Also having alignment of promoting a consistency of all plans, processes, evaluations, action of competent systems to support the whole hospital goals, in addition to integration or making all component function as an interconnected unit in the hospital setting. So in the evaluation, we always need to include a timeline and measurement with the key performance indicator in that hospital setting. In addition to this, we need to track the implementation of the management system plan in order to ensure that we have successfully implemented each and every step of the process. So evaluating the result of the implementation for at least 3 years in terms of level, which is the current level of performance based on the formulated key performance indicator, having trends such as rates of performance improvement, and having sustainability of good performance, in addition to the conversion of the performance relative to other appropriate comparison, such as other similarly hospitals and benchmark all hospital industry leaders to have the best outcome in general for the hospital plan. So each step that we have mentioned must be formally and completely and accurately documented in order to ensure that we have the best track of document in each step that we have followed or conducted. And if a management system plan on implementing for at least 3 years and has consistently shown performance excellence results, then it can be considered as the best practice to follow in other hospitals. And once it has been publicized, it can be used as a benchmark by other hospitals to follow as their main set of rules or guide. So the comprehensive set of best practice in hospital will include using the BQA criteria for the performance excellence as a reference for successful leadership, strategic planning, customer focus, and measurement analysis, knowledge management, in addition to workforce focus and operations focus. While using the International Hospital Standard as a reference will include access to care and the continuity of care even after discharge as the patient and the family right, having assessment of the patient, care of the patient, and having anesthesia and surgical care being carefully implemented, and having medication management with patient and family education, in addition to hospital infection control being appropriately indicated. So according to the ROG recommended steadfast strategic for objective in hospitals will include having system perspective in the governance, having integrated value-based healthcare service, having physician engagement, maximal utilization of any service with controlled expenses and losses in general. Also having customer delight or the best outcome for the customer with full compliance with the quality and performance standards, including the local and the international standards. Also the integrated IT-enabled operation system and having staff engagement with learning organization and CSR programs with tangible social impact in general. So it also should have a management system or program for hospitals, such as the communication management system to have the best outcome. So there are at least 25 documents for the best practice in healthcare facility, and all hospitals should develop as a part of their journey toward excellent program development in any healthcare facility. So what is the role of the top management and senior leaders in this best practice method that or strategy that need to be implemented? They should have their own leadership strategy, their own management strategy, a communication strategy, and an educational strategy. So in the leadership strategies, these should include commitment, motivation, support, and being a role model for their team members or for their followers. So the management strategies will also include technical competencies in the process of developing the best practice, in addition to the communication strategy, which should include having a clear communication, having a closed loop communication, information and alignment in addition to integration, with also engagement of the staff to the project in which the best practice should be followed and should be implemented. While for the educational strategy, it will include education, coaching, and monitoring on the development of the best practice to all the hospital staff, in addition to having online collaborative interactive learning methods or even strategies for the entire team. And for the subtopics, these should include processes of developing the best practice, having comprehensive set of best practice in any hospital setting, with strategies to have documented comprehensive set of best practice in any hospital setting. So how can we aim for the best practice in quality and performance excellence in hospital is by following the steps we have mentioned in the performance of excellence in hospitals. So the best practice is a formally documented method or technique that has been institutionalized in the hospitals and that has consistently shown performance excellence that result, at least if not yet proven, to be superior to those achievements of other hospitals, and which can be or is being used as a benchmark by other hospitals to be set as their own guide for following in the case of hospital settings or implementations. So governance and leadership will be an example of the best practice in quality and performance of excellence in hospitals, in addition to having governance and leadership strategic planning with balanced sources and having safety promoting and disaster readiness steps in any case that it develops, in addition to having financial management, having continual improvement program, and corporate social responsibility program. So in the hospital strategic planning framework, it will include strategic planning or having ideas of areas for improvement, including assessment, external situation analysis, hospital self-assessment, which is the core competencies, and the formulation of hospital strategic plan with strategic direction and objective and goals initiated. In addition to this, we need to review the vision and the mission with the development and deployment of approved strategic plan in general. The second, which is the decision on the core competencies, will include assessment of the external situation analysis, such as the health trend, the competencies, the market, which is the patient, having assessment of the economy and any advances in technology, in addition to assessing the supplier market, the labor market, and any regular environment, political environment, with social environment being assessed. So for the hospital self-assessment, it will also include assessing the leadership, the strategic planning, the customer, the workforce, in addition to the processes. And a review of performance and external environment assessment will include assessing for any external situation analysis, such as the hospital self-assessment, with the formulation of the hospital annual plan, direction of the goals and tactical objective, and having initiatives for development of these plans. Also, the development and deployment of approved strategic plan should be implemented in every step of this process. So the hospital BSC framework will include the vision, the mission, goals, objective, and the quality policy, in addition to the business and organizational milestone target, and having alternative strategic intent. So it will also include focusing on the desired outcome, which is the customer perspective, the delighted customer, and having a rewarding financial perspective. Also, the drivers of these goals should include learning and growth perspective, having motivated and competent workforce, and having the internal processes effectively and efficiently being assessed. So a hospital framework will be translated to functional levels score that we'll need to share, including the presentation of these scores, such as assessing the perspective, the goals, which is the strategic intent or the general objective, also the tactical objective, which is specific ones, and the performance measure or outcome of the target with the key performance indicators and any initiative or program project such as the task or the activities. And finally, the status of the quality should be assessed according to the data, the analysis, the variance that is achieved, and even the ones that were not achieved. Also, the resolution for any negative variance and any negative outcome that has been developed. We will continue our discussion with the discussion of the creativity in leadership. We will touch briefly on how creative leadership can improve the outcome in any healthcare setting in order to have a better understanding of developing leadership or effective leadership in any healthcare facility. So, to define creativity, it is the use of imagination or original ideas to create something or inventiveness in order to have a better outcome or improvement of a specific situation. For example, if we have difficulty achieving a specific task in a healthcare facility, then we will need to think of creative ideas in order to improve or resolve this problem. So change is an act or a process through which something has become different. And driving change can include having creative ways or ideas in order to improve that change. And having a change or a creativity will lead to a better improvement or feeling good of the outcomes. And the lessons from the creative leadership will include the change that happens will keep moving, such an example of the book, Who Moved My Cheese, and having anticipated change will get ready for the project to be moved, and having a monitor for the change will keep on, for example, detecting the issue that need to be changed and adapting to the change quickly will take time, but once the process is clear, then this will be resolved in rather fast way. And most importantly, everyone in the organization should enjoy the change because it has led to improvement in the processes, meaning it will make their everyday job better or easier. So leadership is defined as the action of leading a group, person, or in an organization, or the ability to lead those people to have an effective change in that organization. So how does a leader inspire? They will inspire by being an effective role model for their followers, in which they should be someone they look up to, someone they trust, and someone they can uh, be able to understand their viewpoints in a particular problem. And there are some differences in a manager versus a leader, as the manager will administer while the leader will have initiative thinking and having more input in their same ideas. Also, the manager will focus on the system and the structure, while the leader will focus on the people in their teams in order to understand their viewpoints and their important input in this particular issue. Also, the manager will rely on the control, but the leader will inspire trust, as we have mentioned. Therefore, will have a more sustainable impact or involvement of their team member. So the manager will also have a short range of view, while the leader will have a long range of perspective because they understand each different viewpoint of their team. So the manager will imitate while the leader will originate a new ideas and new methods or ways to achieve a particular outcome. In addition to this, the manager is the classical good soldier, while the leader is her own person, meaning that they wouldn't be following any specific criteria to be a leader or a manager, as we have mentioned, but rather will have their own unique skills and set of administrations that will lead to improvement. So there are 5 factors that will identify you as a leader in the time of change or improvement in the healthcare facilities. First of all, the leader will grasp the context, meaning that they will understand the complete or the whole viewpoints of the particular issue. Also, the leader are not afraid of change, but rather they want to improve their facilities, their healthcare facilities, and they will drive the change. In addition, the leaders will build on relationship. They will have trust and effective skills in their team members and in their followers, because they will be someone who they can go to and they understand their viewpoints. In addition to this, the leader will keep it simple. They wouldn't complicate any task, but rather they will make it as simple as possible for everyone to understand and to follow. And finally, leaders will develop trust in their followers and team members, because they can be, as we have mentioned, someone they can trust and someone they can look up to and guide them in the process of driving change. We'll be taking a break now for Salat al-Maghrib and then we'll continue our discussion. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back, everyone. So, as we have touched on earlier on the creativity or the importance of creativity in healthcare, we will now dig into that concept deeper to understand it more often. So, first of all, creativity is defined as a phenomena whereby something new and valuable is created, such as an idea, a literacy of work, any other type of something being created. So the ideas and the concept that are convinced can then manifest themselves in any number of ways, but may be opened and they can become somewhat of a tangible or a feasible idea. So the creativity era, which is a new paradigm in business, can include the average lifespan of any created idea that is listed, which can have over many impact on their index. So the drivers or the enablers of any creativity in any new business or healthcare facility will include the population growth, the urbanization, the centralization of the utilities, and having a new manufacturing technology, for example. In addition to this, increasing the competitions or raising the resources and the labor work or the cost, in addition to a new productivity or technologies that are being produced. Also, increasing the globalization or the decentralization of any new production resources can be implemented. While in the industrial area, this will include doing things in a bigger way, having things being done better, and even being done faster. So all of these can have a better impact on the healthcare facility. So the best way to have a good idea or to have a creative idea is to have first many ideas, as we have seen in previous examples in history. So the creativity and the tools for creative and interpretive tools will include focusing on the external factors and the internal factors. This will also be further divided into the short-term impact and the long-term impact. So this can also have many interpreting ideas, including network-based, having capability-based, creativity, and an input-based or initiative-based type of idea. In addition, the new economic environment that will combine the hyper companies or the faster product life cycle and having more empowered consumers to change out the rules of the games in which driving creativity in the healthcare field will be required to succeed. Also, to meet these challenges, a new paradigm for business is emerging as the age where the creativity is being conducted. So another angle against any effect will include having ideas to change the world or to have a better impact on the factors. And there are many ideas that can change any healthcare facilities, and these will, of course, depend upon the impact which we can see or the issue that we need to assess or to improve. So creativity in the healthcare field will focus upon first finding the issue that we need to fix, then following that by creating any new ideas or concept in which we can improve that idea or that particular issue. So a major important topic to touch on in leadership is the communication skills. And it is defined as the ability to convey information to another person in an effective manner and also in an efficient manner, meaning that all information has been transmitted effectively. Also, it can be defined as the ability to import or to understand and comprehend all of these information in the same manner. So the communication process has many steps, and we'll focus upon these steps in order to have the best communication effect. It will start with the sender, the person who is communicating or sending the message. Then this will be transmitted in a channel to the receiver, going through several steps. The first is encoding the message channel, and also the decoding or the understanding of what has been said. So the communication process is defined as the process of sending and receiving information among people. So the sender is the person who sends the message, while the encoding is the process where the information you would like to communicate gets transferred into a form to be sent out and decoded by the receiver. Also, the channel is the way in which we convey the message, and the decoding is on the receiving end of the communication. While the receiver is the person from whom the message is intended or aimed, and the feedback is the main component of the communication process, as it will permit the sender to analyze the efficacy in which the message has been transmitted and to assess whether it was understood or not. So the advantages of this of an effective communication will include, as it is useful for all kinds of audience, it will have spontaneous feedback. It will also be time-saving and less expensive if we have effective communication, rather than having someone understand the wrong thing and then doing that process accordingly while we didn't send or say what we want to actually do. So it can also have an advantage of being quick problem solving. It will have better decision making. In addition to increasing the productivity and the steady workflow. Also, it will have strong business or work environment relationship. It will have better professional image for the person who is having effective communication skills. And it will have a high level of understanding and transparency with flexibility for any change, if we want to change our mind or if we want to change our plan. And it will have, or it is essential for teamwork and can be used to transfer private and also confidential information or matters. In addition to providing a receptive and encouraging moral among the organizational employee, having a good rapport and trust between them. Another advantage is the bonding between the relationship between the receiver and the sender and having a stronger relationship. Also, for example, students with good communication skills will have a great future and they can also act as a role model for other colleagues. In addition, persons who has good communication skills in the society will be recognized and treated with respect. And those who have good communication skills will definitely have a good career and standard of living that can improve as they will have better outcome in their life. And of course, there are some disadvantages, including that time may be lost as an instruction that can be misunderstood and jobs that have to be repeated in order to understand the issue. It can also include poor planning with slow skills development and longer to solve problems, with difficulties in getting recruitment or finding job due to issues in communications. So the fear of attending an interview can also be an obstacle for or disadvantage for communication skills, and the lack of confidence with developing frustration or unwanted negative or superior thoughts in general. So being an inactive on social gathering can also be a side effect of not having good communication skills and the lack of teamwork abilities with the messages that are said to be misunderstood and causing a more negative impact on the person. So how can we develop communication skills? First of all, the ability to communicate effectively is important in relationship, in education, and even in work. So here are a few steps and even tips to develop good communication skills. First, we need to know what communication really is. Then having courage to say what we think we want to say, to be confident in ourselves and to practice. And finally, to engage with the audience to best, meaning that to practice until we have the best outcome to be able to engage in person. So engaging with the audience can include making eye contact, using gestures, and not mixing the sent messages in general, and being aware of the body language with manifesting any constructive attitude and developing effective listening skills. Also, using our own words where we speak clearly and don't mumble, with pronouncing the word correctly and using the right words with slowing our speech and developing our voice depending on the thing we are saying, with using appropriate volume in our speak in general. So all of these tips can be very helpful in order to have a successful communication skills in our work and also in any patient setting. We will just be taking a quick break for 5 minutes and I will be back. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back, everyone. So, as we were discussing the communication skills and their effectiveness in healthcare. First of all, communication is a process through which we convey our thought or our feeling to someone else. So, how it is received will depend upon a set of events that will stimulate which the person is exposed to and what they will understand. So according to the Shannon-Weaver model of communication, as we have said, we have the sender or the source and the receiver. And this will go through a channel which will include encoding and the decoding of the message, and this will be affected by any surrounding noise. So understanding how we understand any particular information will depend upon the bottom-up processing, which is the brain that doesn't recognize any object directly, as it looks for any features which operates independently from each other and in a parallel way. And in the top-down processing, this will provide the mental network, which will organize information into patterns and give it a meaning in which we can understand. An example of this is this picture. If you look at it first, or even closely, you may not notice that there is a triangle in the middle, but if you look at it from a distance, you will see that there is a triangle amid three circles. So the source of information is defined as the individual who initiates a message in the conversation, while the encoder is the language that is used to speak by the speaker, and the decoder is the language that is used to understand by the receiver. So understanding the basic structure of the communication process will help us better to improve our communication skills in healthcare facilities and hence improve our leadership. So a discrete unit of communication that is intended by the source for the consumption by someone of the recipient or the group of the recipient is defined as the message. While the channel is the communications channels that are often considered from the standpoint of the degree to which the channel is able to convey the amount of information that is transmitted in a face-to-face communication or type of communication. While the receiver is the listener, the reader, or the observer in the communication process, who is someone who can understand any given information. So communication is a series of hearing, smelling, seeing, touching, and even tasting. All of these affect how we perceive our communication. So the type of communication will be verbal, oral communication, a written communication, and the nonverbal is the written. So why do we communicate? We communicate to express our thoughts and emotion, and we communicate with our life partners, our family, friends, and also colleagues, or even complete stranger we come across in our daily life in order to give some type of information. And there are, of course, some principles or etiquettes that for communication that we need to follow in the verbal communication. The first include having clarity of speech, remaining calm, focused, and being polite when we are addressing someone else. So the total communication process in a day will focus mainly on listening, followed by speaking and writing, and reading, and less type of communication that we encounter is writing. So the communication with others, sharing information, giving advice, teaching, consulting, learning, sharing value, and even expressing our creativity when we are networking with people with common interests will develop or constitute the communication process. So in a conversation, it is our primary management tool when we want to convey information, and we converse to build relationship with our colleagues and friends, or even team members in the case of leadership. And we also converse to solve any particular problem, in addition to influencing others by holding the conversation with them to have the best communication outcome. And of course, we can face some difficulties when we communicate, and the most commonly mistakes that can go wrong in conversation include not understanding the context, which is the hidden meaning in any message, also the relationship between the sender and the receiver of the communication, also the behavior in which we are giving while we communicate, in addition to the structure of the situation in which we are in. So there are 7 ways to improve our communication. First is the clarifying our objective. Why do we want to convey this information? Also structuring our thinking by thinking before we say what we intend to say. Also managing our time and finding a common ground in which we share with the person which we are giving the information to, and also moving beyond an argument by understanding all the different viewpoints in a particular issue, and summarizing by the end of our conversation to just sum up what we have said and what we want to be done or achieved by this communication. And finally, using visual aids can be very effective in types of giving information to our teams or to our followers and even to our superiors in any healthcare facility. So there is a model that we can follow, which is the 5 on how, who, what, when, and where. All of these we can focus upon when we want to convey information. So the level of communication in the verbal case will focus upon the intra and the extraverbal. In the intraverbal, this is the annotation of the word and the sound, while in the extraverbal, this is the implication of word and phrases or semiotic in which we use. And in the nonverbal type of communication, this will include the gestures, the posture, and our movement while we convey the information. So in the case of verbal communication, it is defined as an act of conveying a message, idea, or feeling through the use of the mouth. So using sound to convey a particular topic or idea. So the techniques for verbal communication include speaking clearly, making eye contact, listening carefully, using the appropriate nonverbal cues, and using language appropriate to the level of the audience, in addition to remembering to pause for breath and speaking slowly when we convey information. And in the case of the paraverbal communication, this is defined as the message that we transmit through the tone, the pitch, and the pacing of our voice. And it is how we say something, not what we say. So it's the way of saying rather than the words that we say. So a sentence can convey an entirely different meaning depending on the emphasis on words and the tone of the voice. So for example, if we say the sentence, a person likes you with the threatening tones, this is probably teasing. While if we say it in another word, it can mean that they admire you and they appreciate your work. So the power of a pitch in a voice, it can most simply be defined as the key of our voice, and a high-pitched voice is often interpreted as an anxious or upset one, while a low-pitched sound can be more serious and authoritative in terms of conveying a particular information. So some points to remember about the paraverbal communication is that when we are feeling defensive, our speech is often abrupt. And when we are bored or feeling down, then our speech will tend to be slower and to take on a monotone quality. So also when we are angry or excited, our speech tends to become more rapid and higher pitch, therefore can transmit how we feel in our sound. So some tips to improve the paraverbal skills include trying to lowering the pitch of our voice, smiling when we communicate, as this will warm up to anyone's voice, including in particular when we are communicating with patients. Also to sit up in a straight way and to listen, and to monitor our inner monologue with the negative thinking that will seep into the tone of our voice. So the barriers to effective communication can consist of the sender, the message, the channel, the receiver, feedback, and the context. So in any step of the communication process, we can face some barrier, and it will have the potential to create misunderstanding and confusion. So what barrier can we face in work? This can include misunderstanding the information or misunderstanding the end goal that we want to achieve in our team or in our leadership team. So some of the tips to overcome these barriers will include being aware of our own state of mind and emotion or attitude when we are speaking. Also, ensuring the appropriate feedback is being received, using multiple channels to communicate instead of relying on one channel. Also focusing on the receiver, delivering the message skillfully, having crystal clear messages, and taking the receiver in a more serious manner. So the nonverbal communication will include our facial expression, our way of speaking, and any other method that doesn't include saying things with our words. So the nonverbal communication is defined as a process of communication through sending and receiving a wordless, mostly visual cues between people who are speaking. So the categories of the nonverbal communication include the nonverbal message that is produced by the body, also the nonverbal message that is produced by the broad settings such as the time, space, and the silence. So the nonverbal message that is produced by the broad setting will include the time, which is to some extent, the reflection that will reveal how time communicates. And if, for example, we arrive 5 minutes later for an important meeting and offer no apology, then we will send a certain message about ourselves. And in regard to space, the personal space is that the area that we occupy in our own call. And as the owner of this area, you will usually decide who may enter and who may not. And there are 4 categories, which will demonstrate how the space can communicate. First is the intimate space, the personal space, the social space, and the public space. So the silence will be by using silence strategies at times, and we can sometimes get our decode or to reveal a certain feeling and attitude that may be hindering an effective communication. So the nonverbal techniques can focus upon many areas, including having effective eye contact, the body posture, the distance contact, the initiation, the touch, the sound or the paralanguage, the volume of our tone, the gesture, and also the facial expression. And so for the communication styles, it is the reserved, which is the keeping of one feeling, thought, or affairs to oneself. Also, it can be a direct type of or style of communication, which is very straightforward to the point. Also, the indirect type, this institutes their point indirectly instead of stating it boldly or to the point. And in an open type of communication, this will have no closing or no conflict barriers. So the communication styles will be good communication skills that require a higher level of self-awareness. And by becoming more aware of how others perceives us, we can adapt more readily to their style of communication. Also, there are 3 basic communication styles: the passive, the assertive, and the aggressive type of communication. So the basic effective communication will focus upon not as much as we say, but rather on how we say it. So our communication style is a set of various behaviors and methods of relying information that impact all factors or all phases of life. So the goal should always be to understand, not to be right. And some of the style communication that we have listed is the passive. And to explain more about that passive topic is the failing to stand up adequately for our rights, hesitating, apologizing, giving in or saying nothing, also making little eye contact or frowning, speaking in a shy or limited voice or mumbling, having passive people referred to as people pleaser. This is the passive type of communication, meaning that we don't say what we think or what we want more clearly, but rather we agree on almost everything. While in the aggressive type of communication, this is defined as establishing one right in a way that violates or ignores the rights of others. Also interpreting, exaggerating, blaming, or making demand, or even using sarcasm to reflect upon on other people's opinions. Also making a glaring eye contact to intimidate the other person, and yelling, swearing, or calling name, or even clenching fists can all have negative impact. Also having ignorance feeling of others will all have negative behaviors or impacts. While in the assertive style of communication, this includes standing up for your own rights without disseminating on the rights of other people. Also putting our own views and stating clearly and honestly what we want, and speaking clearly and firmly using statements. In addition to showing respect for ourselves and for others, and making steady eye contact and using an upright, confident body posture with a pleasant, firm voice in general. So all of these factors, or in the assertive style, these are the factors that we want to incorporate in our communication skills for a successful leadership in healthcare. So the basics of effective communication include getting the fact before we pass on our judgment, as some styles lend themselves to better do this than others, such as the assertive style. Also, learning all communication styles is important in order to avoid any communicating error that is less effective, and in order to recognize those styles in others so as to be able to deal with them. And also, people are not difficult, and they only seem difficult in the extent that we don't have the skills to deal with many of them or bring to the table. So it is our lack of knowledge that make the situation difficult rather than our skills or communications. So what is the best styles? All styles have their own proper place and use, but the assertive communication is the healthiest type of communication. As in this type of style, it will have boundaries for all parties that are respected. Also, it is easier to problem solving as there are fewer emotional outbursts, and it will require skills as a lot of practices and hard work until we master this art of communication. Also, when both parties do it, no one gets hurt in any way, and all parties win on some level as they understand the different viewpoints in their skills and in their achievements. So in the passive communication, this allows our own rights to be violated by failing to express our honest opinion. And the goal of being a passive communicator is to avoid any conflict no matter what. And there is little risk being involved as it is considered to be very safe. And there is little eye contact in this case, with often deferring to other opinions and usually being a quiet tone, which can suddenly explode after being passive for too long, as being unable to pass on their own viewpoints. So some example of passive communication include, I don't know, whatever you think or whatever you want. You have more experience, you can decide. I will go with whatever the group decide, and always saying yes to whatever the person is asked. While in the case of aggressive communication, this includes protecting one's own right at the expense of the other rights with no expectations. Also, the goal of the aggressive behavior is to win at all costs and to be right no matter whatever the other person is saying. Also, it doesn't consider action at a risk because the person thinks they will always get their way, and it can be risky in terms of relationships. And also, eye contact is being angry in this condition and intimidating with lots of negative energy. So some example of aggressive communication include, I don't know why you can't see this. It is the right way to do it. It's going my way or not at all, and things like this. While in the assertive type of communication, this will include protecting our own rights without violating the rights of others. And the goal of this assertive person is to communicate with respect and to also understand each other, with finding solution to the problem. So it can also take a risk with others in the short run, but in the long run, the relationship are much stronger. So in this case, there is eye contact that is maintained, listening and validating other points with confident and strong yet flexible, objective and unemotional point of view, and present wishes that clearly and respectively. Some example of assertive communication includes, so what you are saying is, I can see that this is important to you and it is also for me, but perhaps we can do, etc. So in this type of communication, it can deliver the best type of information in general, and it can ensure that both parties, the sender and the receiver, have delivered what they want to convey or the message that they want to deliver. So communication in leadership and in healthcare in specific have a major impact on the outcome of the facilities and also on the best outcome for the patient. So good communication skills are the key for success in any facility. So what is the definition of any particular problem? Why is to convey the importance of a particular topic, and how is the elements and the principles of the issue, and by what is the forms, and why not is any barriers that we can face when we are faced with a particular issue or a topic that we want to solve. So communication is defined as sending or receiving ideas, thoughts, or feelings from one person or more to another, in such a way that the person is receiving it, understand it in the same way the sender wants them to understand. So the term communication derived from the Latin term communicare, and also known as people skills or soft skills for a person who masters the skills of communication. Also, good communication skills are ranked as the most important requirement for a successful job performance. And communication focus upon the continuous process, the dynamic, the irreversible, and the transactional process of conveying information. So the communication process focuses upon the sender, the person who initiates the communication or the broadcasting, and the specific set of words, the gesture, and the images which the sender used to convey the information is the message. Also, the channel through which the message is being sent is the channel, and the receiver or the audience is whom they receive the information or the message that we are sending. While feedback is what we receive after we convey the information from the receiver. So why do we study communication skills? First of all, 60 to 80% of the diagnosis or in the history taking focus upon communication skills between the health physician and the patient. And also, a successful leadership will focus between 60 to 80% upon the good communication skills. So good communication provides information to the patient and to the team members, as more than 50% of patients deviate from the doctor advice or don't follow it at all due to bad communication skills. So poor quality of communication will lead the patient to dissatisfaction, as doctors, for example, will interpret the patient very early. The patient wouldn't understand what the doctor are saying, and advice is too difficult to follow in most cases. So communication principles focus upon listening, probing, which is encouraging the other person to speak upon, and informing the patient with the 4C categories, which are having clear, correct, conscious, and complete information. So for listening, this is an active process and it doesn't just focus upon hearing, as it involves a conscious effort to listen to words and to the way they are said, and to be also aware of the feelings that are shown and the attempts to hide these feelings. Also, it will focus on the intention and avoid any barriers, also showing that we are listening actively, verbally and non-verbally, by having eye contact and mumbling or humming as we listen. Also understanding ideas and picking the key words, and retaining information such as memories or notes, and reflecting or even giving the patient our feedback or the team members our feedback. So the listening skills, as 82% of people prefer to talk to greater listeners and to not speak, while 18% of people are considered to be speakers. So for the probing, it is what the client or the team member thinks and knows. This will encourage them to talk and tell them they are really listening and wanting to hear more of what they think. This will also encourage them to ask questions and to keep privacy listening, in addition to maintaining good communication between the team members. So the observing is the nonverbal communication through the facial expression, the voice tone, and the body language in general. While for informing in a clear and correct, conscious, complete way is of most important in the communication process. Also, we need to consider the need, the language obstacles, and any other obstacles that we may face when we are conveying or sending information. Also, we need to sum up briefly in order to ensure that what we just said was completely understood to the receiver, and checking back with the speaker to ensure that the statement is accurate and what we have heard is actually correct. So the communication goal is to change, for example, behavior, to get action, to ensure understanding, to persuade someone to a particular viewpoint, and to give or even give information to have the best outcome in general for a particular topic or a particular issue. So some barriers that we can face when we communicate is environmental barriers. These will include loud sounds or noise, having activities of a nearby person, or interrupting a person who is speaking, or having even physical discomfort. In addition to this, there is the physiological barriers, such as if a person has difficulty hearing or deafness, blindness, learning disability, or illness, all of which can affect our communication. And regarding language, if we speak different languages or having specific terminologies, all of these can affect our understanding or our communication. Also, the beliefs which are the personal beliefs, such as the socioeconomic background, the values, any previous experience, or believing that their health is regarded as a particular issue in their condition, then this can affect our communication. Also, the psychological impacts, such as stress, frustration, anger, or distraction, can all affect our understanding of a particular issue or important, or when we are conveying important information. So the communication process or elements, as we said, focus on the sender, the receiver, the message, and the channel that the information is transmitted on. And when we communicate, people focus 55% on our body language and up to 40% on our tone of the voice and 7% on the words that we are saying. So communication skills are not just about practicing what we want to say, but rather on how we want to say it, our tone, our body language, and all the topics that we have discussed upon previously. So the means of communication will be verbal and non-verbal, as we have mentioned. The verbal can be divided into oral and written, while the non-verbal can be the body movement, the posture, our facial expression, eye contact, space, touch, or even time and personal appearance. So in the oral type of verbal communication, this is the presentation skills that the audience aware, the critical listening, and the body language. While in the written verbal communication, this is academic writing, revision, or critical reading, etc. Also, in the non-verbal type of communications, this is the audience awareness, the personal presentation, and their body language. So the non-verbal communication can reinforces, complements, contradict, or even regulate and replaces the verbal message. So someone can take or understand a different message from the way of what you have just said, rather than understanding your words. And there are some categories for the nonverbal communications. These can include the body movement as the way of walking, also the posture, which is the way of sitting or standing, in addition to the gesture, which is the movement of the hands, the legs, or the feet, and the facial expression and eye contact, the space, which is the place of sitting or distance, in addition to the touch as handshakes, patting on the back, etc. Also, the time in which we are saying the information and the personal appearance, such as clothes, hair, and jewelry, and the paralanguage, such as the vocal characteristic, the volume of the sound, and even the vocal interference, such as saying aha, in which we convey our understanding of the problem. We will be taking a break now for Salat al-Isha, and then we'll continue our discussion with communication skills. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Welcome back, everyone. So, as we were saying, communication depends upon many factors, including speaking and listening skills. As about 80% of people prefer to be listeners, 18% are speakers. And probing in any communication is what the client thinks or knows. So this encourages them to talk and tell them that they are really being listened to and wanting to hear more. This can be done by asking questions or keeping privacy and listening carefully. While in observing, this is the nonverbal communication through the facial expression, the voice tone, and the body language. So upon observing, we can understand more of what the patient or the team member is actually communicating or wanting to say. So informing should consist of or be conducted in a clear, correct, conscious, and complete way. Also, we need to consider the need and language or any obstacles that we may face upon informing a certain topic. Also, summing up briefly can be an important tools in informing a person or a team member. Also, checking back with the speaker to ensure that the statement is accurate and what we have understood is what they wanted to say. So the goal of any communication is to change a behavior, to get an action, to ensure understanding, to persuade to a certain point of view, and to get and give even information. So the barriers to the communication will include environmental barriers such as loud noises, activities of the nearby people, or interruption. While the physiological barriers will include deafness, blindness, or learning disability and illness. Also, language can affect or can be a barrier to the communication, and the person's socioeconomic background, values, and belief, in addition to any psychosocial conditions such as stress, anger, or tiredness. So when we communicate, we understand about 50% according to the body language of the person who is speaking, and about 40% in the tone of the voice, and 7% in the words which the person is saying. For the verbal communication, this can consist of oral and written communication, as we have touched on previously. And in the nonverbal, this will be the body movement, the posture, any facial expression or eye contact, and even the touch. So in the oral, this is the presentation skills, the audience awareness, the critical listening, and the body language. While in the written type of communication, this is the academic writing, the revision and editing, and even the critical reading with the presentation of data. While the nonverbal communication will include the audience awareness, the personal presentation, and the body language. So the nonverbal communication will reinforce, complement, contradict, regulate, or even replace the verbal message. So nonverbal communication is as or even more important than the verbal or the sounds of the words. So the categories of the nonverbal communication can include the body movement, which is the way of walking, our posture, which is our way of sitting or standing, our gesture, which is the movement of our hand or legs and feet, also the facial expression and eye contact, the presence of space and the place of sitting or distance, also the touch, which is shakiness of hand, putting on the back, and the time or the personal appearance of the clothes, hair, or jewelries, in addition to the paralanguage, which is the verbal characteristics such as the pitch, the volume, the rate, and the quality of the sound with the vocal interference. So the positive nonverbal communication can include smiling, eye contact, and how we look and shaking hands. While the body language will focus upon the posture, the head motion, the facial expression, the eye contact, and the gesture. So counseling is defined as a process that uses communication skills to help the client or the patient to reach an informed decision or choice. So counseling will provide a customized client-oriented information and negotiate any available alternatives to help take a decision based on clear information. So helping a person or group to develop a self-help or self-care abilities is important. And regarding consultation, it is defined as a process of dialogue that will lead to a decision, while counseling is helping a person or group of people to develop self-help. So after each consultation session, there are 5 things that must be established. The first is discovering the reason of the patient attendance. Second, defining clinical problem. Third, addressing the patient problem. And fourth, explaining the problem to the patient. While fifth is to make effective use of consultation. So the principles for good counseling will include treating each client well, interacting actively with them, giving the right amount of information, tailoring and personalized information, using and providing memory aid to help them to make the right choice, providing the service that satisfies the client expectation, helping the client remember their instruction, and confidentiality. So for counseling, this is preparing a counseling session will include assessing the physical setting to ensure that it is more encouraging for communication. Also the timing of the session and interpersonal space to ensure that the other person feel at ease to open up and to share information. So in the physical setting, the privacy in a quiet, calm, and no interruption area with proper lighting and temperature to make them better feel at ease. And the timing for any counseling sessions should be between 45 to 60 minutes. And this is a dialogue or diagram for interpersonal space calculation to ensure that the person feel better or at ease. So for counseling, consultation, and communication process, it will focus on initiating the session. Second, gathering the information. Thirdly, building the relationship. Fourth, explaining and planning. And finally, closing the session with ensuring that what we took is all the information that needed to be transmitted. So the element of counseling will include the gather, which is the greet, ask, tell, help, explain, and return visit. So these are the important constituents of any counseling session. In the greet, we will give the client our full attention as soon as we meet them. We should be polite, friendly, and respectful. Also, we should introduce ourselves and offer them a seat and ask them how we can help in order to ensure proper communication. Also, we will need to explain what will happen during their visit and conduct a counseling session privately in order to ensure that we collect the required information. Also, we need to ask about their reasons for coming, their experience with the health matter that concerns them. Also, any information needed to complete the client record, and we need to ask them about themselves and their families as appropriate in order to get the full picture. And for the client, we need to decide what choices and decisions need to be made to express their feeling, needs, wants, and any doubts or concerns or questions. Also, to keep questions open, simple, and brief. And we need to look at our client as we are speaking to them. In addition, we need to listen actively to what they are saying and show them our interest and understanding at all times. In addition to telling them about their condition or choices and helping them understand their possible condition. So the information should be simple, correct, and relevant. And to help the client to understand, we need to think about the result of each possible choice, ask them if they want anything to be made clearer or repeat and rephrase information as needed. Also to check whether the client has made a clear understanding by asking, what have you understood and what have you decided to do? And we need to wait and give them their time to answer our questions rather than to urge them to give a fast or thoughtful decision. Moreover, we need to explain what to do by giving them supplies if appropriate. And if the service cannot be given at once, we need to tell them on how, when, and where it could be provided. Also, we need to describe possible side effects and what to do if they occur, and ask the client to repeat any instructions, in addition to making sure that the client remembers and understands, and if possible, give the client printed materials to take home with explaining when to come back and why under any certain conditions. So in the return visit, we need to check if the client is using the treatment correctly by having good communication skills and ask them if they have any questions or anything to discuss by considering all concerns seriously. Also, we need to ask if they are satisfied and has there been any problem since their last visit, in addition to helping them handle any problems and referring them to one who needs special care. We have reached the end of our webinar for today. If you have any questions, please do send them on the chat. And if not, we'll see you again tomorrow, inshallah. You're welcome. العفو. الله يعافيكم بالتوفيق جميعا. أيوة إن شاء الله بكرة كمان نفس الموعد من 4 إلى 8. رابط التحضير بكرة إن شاء الله بيترسل لكم.